Hello, you have been told a great lie, perhaps the greatest lie in the history of human consciousness. You have been told from the very beginning, from the moment you opened your eyes to this mysterious world, that there is someone up there in the sky watching you, a grand puppeteer holding the strings of your life, recording every small mistake, every innocent stumble, preparing to judge you, to condemn you, or to reward you. This lie has been repeated with such absolute authority by the priests, by the politicians, by the parents who themselves were victims of the same lie, that it has become your reality. You have forgotten that it is just a fiction, a bedtime story for a humanity that has refused to grow up. I am here to tell you that this God, this dictator in the clouds, is dead. And this is the most beautiful, the most liberating news you could ever receive. Friedrich Nietzsche was a madman to the world when he declared the death of God. But to the world of awakening, he was a prophet of the highest order. He was not destroying religion. He was destroying the poison that had been sold to you in the name of religion. God was not created by truth. God was created by your fear. Early man stood in the dark night, surrounded by wild animals, thunderstorms, diseases, and the absolute unknown, and he trembled. In that trembling, in that profound psychological fear, he needed a father figure. He projected a protector into the heavens because he felt so utterly unprotected on the earth. But you are no longer that primitive man trembling in the dark, yet you are still clinging to the same psychological crutch. Why? Because the priests realized very early on that your fear is their business, your guilt is their empire. If you are not afraid, why would you go to a temple, a church, or a mosque? If you are not guilty, why would you need a priest to forgive you on behalf of a fiction? The whole structure of organized religion depends on you remaining miserable, frightened, and guilty. They had to invent a God who is a sadist, a God who creates you with natural instincts and then condemns you for having those very instincts. When I say God is dead, I mean the puppeteer is dead. The strings are cut. You are suddenly left entirely to yourself. For a moment, this can be terrifying. Freedom is always terrifying at first because it means responsibility. There is no one to blame anymore. You cannot say it is God's will. You cannot throw the burden of your miseries onto some divine plan. You are the sole creator of your misery, and therefore you are the sole creator of your bliss. This realization is the beginning of Zen. Zen is not a religion, it is the living truth. It is the truth that remains when all the statues are broken and all the scriptures are burned. If you are beginning to feel the weight of these invisible chains, if something inside you is stirring and longing to break free from the puppeteer's strings, I invite you to subscribe to this channel. Walk with us on this path of rebellion and awareness. Like this video so that the algorithm of this digital world can carry this fire to other sleeping souls. The more we share this truth, the more we dismantle the ancient empires of fear. Think about the profound wisdom in the words of Jesus when he spoke of the mustard seed. The disciples asked him, "Tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like," and Jesus did not point to the sky. He did not describe a kingdom of gold and angels. He said it is like a mustard seed, the smallest of all seeds. But when it falls on the tilled earth, it produces a large tree and becomes a shelter for the birds of heaven. This is not a geographical location. Jesus was a master of the inner world, a Buddha in his own right, though the Christians completely misunderstood him. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It is that tiny, almost invisible center of your being. It is so small that you constantly miss it while looking for a massive God in the sky. But if you till the earth of your consciousness, if you meditate and prepare the soil, that tiny seed of your own inner divinity will sprout. It will grow into a massive tree of awakening, providing shelter to all your chaotic thoughts, bringing absolute peace. But to find this mustard seed, you have to stop looking up. You have to close your eyes and look in. The death of the external God is the birth of the internal God. It is the birth of godliness. I do not teach God, I teach godliness. God is a noun, dead and stagnant. Godliness is a quality, a fragrance, a living reality. When you are totally silent, you are divine. When you are dancing with total abandon, you are divine. When you love without any condition, without any expectation, you are divine. Zarathustra understood this perfectly. He said, "I would only believe in a God that knows how to dance." Look at the gods created by the priests. They are all sitting so seriously, so somberly, as if they are carrying the weight of the whole universe on their shoulders. They never laugh. A God who cannot laugh is not worth worshipping. Existence is a celebration. Look at the trees, look at the rivers, look at the stars. Is there any seriousness in them? Seriousness is a psychological disease. Existence is playful. It is a continuous leela, a cosmic play. Zarathustra is absolutely right. If there is any divine energy, it must be a dancing energy. You have been taught to be serious, to sit in dark churches and beat your chest, repeating that you are a sinner. I tell you, you are not a sinner. The only sin is to remain unconscious. The only sin is to live mechanically, like a robot, following the dictates of the dead past. You need to drop all this heavy luggage, and dropping it requires courage. It requires the courage to stand alone. If you feel that courage growing within you, consider supporting this work directly by clicking the join button. You become an active participant in this revolution of consciousness. Your support allows us to keep broadcasting this living truth. If this particular message has struck a deep chord within your heart, you can express your gratitude through a super thanks. These are not just transactions, they are an exchange of energy, a way of keeping the river of this message flowing to oceans of thirsty seekers. And for those who wish to dive even deeper, to sit with my words in the silence of their own space, explore our ebooks. They are tools for your inner transformation, designed to burn away your illusions page by page. Let us go deeper into this fear that birthed God. Why are you so afraid of solitude? Because you have never been introduced to your own being. From childhood, you are taught to be engaged with the other. If you are left alone in a room, you immediately turn on the television or the radio, or you pick up a book, or you look at your phone. You cannot sit silently with yourself even for 10 minutes. You feel restless. You feel a void, an emptiness. You are terrified of your own inner void. The concept of God was created to fill that void. But a borrowed concept cannot fill an existential emptiness. The emptiness remains. It just gets covered by beliefs, by rituals, by chanting mantras. Zen says, do not cover the emptiness, enter it. Be courageous enough to face your own nothingness. Because the moment you accept your nothingness, the moment you drop into it without fear, a miracle happens. The nothingness transforms into a fullness. the void becomes a plenum. You suddenly realize that you are not empty. You are filled with the entire existence. The whole universe is pulsating within you. This is the moment of enlightenment. This is the moment the shadow of the Buddha disappears and only the pure light remains. The external guard was a boundary, a limitation. He was the ultimate authority, and wherever there is authority, there is slavery. How can you be a free man if God is omniscient, knowing everything past, present, and future? If God already knows what you are going to do tomorrow, then you are nothing but a machine running on a pre-programmed tape. Your freedom is an illusion. If God is the creator, then you are just a manufactured product. And a product has no soul, no responsibility, no consciousness. To reclaim your soul, you must fire the creator. You must understand that existence has no beginning and no end. It was never created. It has always been here, constantly evolving, constantly reinventing itself. And you are a peak of that evolution. This is the living truth of Zen. It is raw, it is direct, it is uncomfortably real. Zen does not give you a pacifier to suck on. It takes away all your ties. It takes away your holy books, your statues, your saviors, and your prophets. It leaves you absolutely naked under the open sky. And in that nakedness, in that utter vulnerability, your true strength is discovered. When you hear these words, do not just listen with your intellect. The intellect is a defense mechanism. It will analyze, it will argue, it will compare this with what you have read before. Put your intellect aside for a moment. Listen with your heart. Listen with your being. If these words resonate, it is because your own inner voice is finally being echoed. I am not giving you a new belief system. I am trying to destroy your belief systems so that you can know the truth for yourself. Truth cannot be transferred, but the thirst for truth can be contagious. If you are feeling this thirst, leave a comment below. Share your experience of breaking away from the old gods. Your words might be the exact catalyst someone else needs to break their own chains. Share this video with those who are trapped in the guilt trips of religion. Those who are secretly doubting the dogma but are too afraid to speak up. Let them know they are not alone. And remember, the journey of stripping away conditioning is continuous. By subscribing to the channel and reading our ebooks, you keep the fire of inquiry alive. And if you have the means, joining the channel or using super thanks is a beautiful way to ensure that this oasis in the desert of unconsciousness remains available for all wanderers. The death of God is the ultimate invitation to become a creator yourself. When there is no one above you, you are forced to rise. You are forced to become a bridge to the overman, as Zarathustra called it. Humanity is not a destination. It is a bridge between the animal and the divine. But you have settled on the bridge. You have built houses on the bridge. A bridge is to be crossed, not to be lived upon. You have to transcend yourself. And you cannot transcend if you are holding on to the heavy baggage of old moralities. What is morality? It is usually just the rules dictated by the dead to control the living. The dead gods, the dead prophets, the dead scriptures, they are all trying to control your living, breathing, pulsing reality. True morality does not come from the outside. True morality is a byproduct of awareness. When you are alert, when you are conscious, you cannot do harm. Not because a commandment tells you thou shalt not kill, but because in your deep awareness you see the other as yourself. You see the same life energy dancing in the tree, in the animal, in your neighbor. Harming them would be harming yourself. This spontaneous compassion is the only real morality. Everything else is just hypocrisy. Look at the religious people of the world. Are they truly moral? They have created the bloodiest wars in human history. They have burned people alive at the stake in the name of love, in the name of God. They have divided humanity into thousands of warring factions. The Christian against the Muslim, the Hindu against the Buddhist. And they all claim to have the one true God. How can the truth divide existence? Truth unifies. Only lies divide. The moment you realize that all these gods are human inventions, the divisions fall away. You are no longer a Christian, a Hindu, or a Muslim. You are simply a conscious being, a part of the whole. You belong to the earth, and the earth belongs to you. You begin to live with a new spontaneity. You laugh, you sing, you dance, not to please a deity, but as an overflow of your own joy. This is what it means to be a gardener of the mustard seed. The seed is there, but you have neglected it. You have been watering the weeds of jealousy, anger, greed, and fear. You water them every day. And the tiny mustard seed of your consciousness is dying of thirst. Shift your attention. Energy flows where attention goes. Withdraw your attention from the sky, withdraw it from the future, withdraw it from the past. Bring it here, now. This very moment is the only reality there is. In this moment, there is no God to judge you. There is only existence embracing you. Feel the breath moving in and out of your body. It is existence breathing into you. Feel the beating of your heart. It is the rhythm of the cosmos happening within you. You are not separate. You have never been separate. The idea of separation is the only original sin. As we conclude this first part of our journey together, I want you to sit silently for a few moments after this video ends. Do not immediately rush to the next distraction. Close your eyes. Search for that mustard seed. Let the death of the old gods be the compost in which your new consciousness grows. Let the fear die so that love can be born. And if you are ready to continue this profound journey of unlearning, ensure you have subscribed. Let us build a community of rebellious spirits. Support this movement by clicking join or offer a super thanks if your heart feels full. Explore the ebooks to keep the flame burning in your private hours. Share this message with those who are ready to hear it. The puppeteer is gone. The stage is yours. How will you dance? To dance, you must first understand what it means to be absolutely free from the choreographer. For centuries, you have been told how to move, when to step, when to bow, and when to kneel. You have been given a script, a holy book, a set of commandments, and you have been told that this is the only way to live. But a choreographed dance is not a dance at all. It is a military drill. It is gymnastics. It is mechanical. A true dance arises only when the music takes over and you forget the steps. When you are no longer the dancer, but only the dance remains. This is what it means to live in Zen. Zen is not a new set of rules to replace the old ones. It is the absolute burning of the rule book. It is the courage to stand on an empty stage with no script, no director, and no safety net, and allow your innermost being to express itself spontaneously. When you first realize that the puppeteer is gone, that the grand choreographer in the sky is dead, the first sensation is not always joy Often it is a profound, trembling terror. You look around and see that you are utterly alone. The crutches have been kicked away. The father figure who was supposed to protect you, guide you, and take responsibility for your ultimate salvation has vanished into the mist of human history, revealed as a mere shadow of your own psychological infantile needs. In this moment of naked vulnerability, the temptation is immense to run back to the old temples, to close your eyes again, to pretend you never heard the news, and to beg the priests to put the chains back on your wrists. You think, at least in the prison I was fed. At least in the prison I knew the schedule. At least there someone else was responsible. This is the slave mentality that has infected humanity for thousands of years. Freedom is frightening because freedom demands awareness. It demands that you become a light unto yourself. But if you can withstand this initial terror, if you can stay with the emptiness and not rush to fill it with a new belief system, a new guru, or a new political ideology, something miraculous begins to happen. The fear transforms into an immense surge of energy. The energy that was bound up in guilt, in repressing your natural instincts, in trying to please a fictitious deity, is suddenly released. You feel a lightness you have never known. You begin to understand the words of Zarathustra, the great prophet of life, when he spoke of the three metamorphoses of the spirit. He said the spirit must first become a camel, then a lion, and finally a child. Look at your life. Look at the lives of the millions around you. Almost everyone is living as a camel. What is the characteristic of a camel? The camel is a beast of burden. It kneels down and asks to be loaded. It wants to carry heavy weights. It asks society, "What is my duty? What are your commandments? Put them on my back." And society, the priests, the politicians, the parents, they are all too happy to oblige. They load the camel with the heaviest baggage they can find. The baggage of guilt, of original sin, of nationalism, of religious bigotry, of thousands of years of dead traditions. The camel carries this weight into the desert, groaning, suffering, believing that this suffering is a virtue. You have been told that to suffer is holy, that the more miserable you are, the closer you are to God. This is the greatest poison ever injected into the human mind. A miserable person cannot know truth. A miserable person can only project his misery onto the cosmos. If you are tired of being a camel, if your back is breaking under the weight of other people's expectations and dead moralities, then you must undergo the second metamorphosis. The spirit must become a lion. The lion is the symbol of rebellion. In the desert, the lion meets the great dragon. And what is the name of this dragon? The dragon's name is Thou Salt. Every scale on the dragon's body signs with golden words, Thou Salt. This is the collected wisdom of the dead past, the absolute authority of the dead God. The camel kneeled before the dragon, but the lion roars a new roar. The lion says, I will. This I will is the death blow to the old God. It is the assertion of your own individual consciousness. The lion must destroy the dragon to create freedom for new creation. This destruction is necessary. You cannot build a new house on rotten foundations. You have to demolish the old structures completely. The lion is a destroyer, a fierce warrior for truth. It requires immense strength to stand against the whole history of humanity, to stand against the masses, to stand against your own family, your own conditioning, and say, no, I will not be a slave. I will not accept borrowed knowledge. I will only accept what I have experienced for myself. This is the path of the seeker. And this path is not for the faint-hearted. It requires a fire in your belly, an unquenchable thirst for authenticity. If you are feeling this fire, if you are discovering the lion within your own consciousness, let this space be your gathering ground. We are creating a caravan of lions, a community of rebellious spirits who refuse to be tamed. If you find strength in these words, I invite you to share this video with those who are still carrying the burdens of the camel. Let them hear the roar. Leave a comment and declare your own rebellion, your own I will. Your courage can be contagious. And to sustain this fire, to keep these teachings available to a sleeping world, consider becoming a member by clicking the join button. Your support, your super thanks is the fuel that allows this beacon of rebellion to shine brighter in the darkness of conformity. We have e-books prepared for you, designed not to give you new beliefs, but to sharpen your claws, to help you cut through the illusions that bind you. Dive into them and let the destruction of the false begin. But the lion is not the final stage. rebellion is not enough. The lion can destroy, but the lion cannot create. A life of pure rebellion eventually becomes bitter. If you are only fighting against the past, you are still tied to the past. The negative cannot be the ultimate goal. The no must eventually pave the way for a greater yes. And so the third metamorphosis must happen. The lion must become a child. Why a child? Because the child is innocence. The child is a new beginning, a game, a self-propelling wheel, a first movement, a sacred yes. When the old god is dead and the dragon of thou shalt is slain, you do not become a serious, sour philosopher. You become playful. You regain the innocence you had before society corrupted you. A child does not know what is right and what is wrong. The child simply acts out of its own authentic nature. The child does not act to achieve a goal in the future. The child's action is its own reward. The child builds sand castles on the beach with total intensity, total devotion. And then when the tide comes in and washes them away, the child dances and laughs. There is no attachment, no clinging, no seriousness. This is the state of Zen. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "Unless you become like little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven." The kingdom of heaven is not a place you go after you die. The kingdom of heaven is this very moment, experienced with the innocence and totality of a child. It is the state of no mind. It is the state where you are simply reflecting the beauty of existence like a clear mirror, without any judgment, without any prejudice, without any accumulated knowledge. This is the living truth. When you reach this state of the child, the mustard seed that Jesus spoke of finally finds the tilled earth. Remember, the mustard seed is the smallest of all seeds. Your true essence, your pure consciousness is so subtle, so delicate, that it is easily crushed by the heavy machinery of the ego and the intellect. The ego is loud, aggressive, always demanding attention. Consciousness is a silent whisper. To hear that whisper, you must become utterly silent. You must drop the continuous chatter of the mind. The mind is always dragging you into the dead past or projecting you into the unborn future. It never allows you to be simply here. Cultivating the tilled earth means meditating. Meditation is nothing but the art of clearing the weeds from the garden of your mind. the weeds of anxiety, of ambition, of comparison, of jealousy. When these weeds are removed, the soil becomes soft, receptive. And in that soft, receptive silence, the tiny mustard seed of your godliness begins to sprout. It does not need any effort on your part to grow. It only needs a lack of hindrance. Growth is natural. Life wants to express itself in its highest potential. Just as a river naturally flows towards the ocean, your consciousness naturally flows towards enlightenment, towards universal oneness. You just have to stop building dams. The concept of God was the biggest dam you ever built. It blocked the natural flow of your being. You projected all your own potential onto an external figure and left yourself impoverished. You said, God is love, God is light, God is truth. And what are you? You are a miserable sinner, crawling in the dirt. Do you see the trick? By making God great, you made yourself infinitely small. By making God perfect, you condemned yourself to eternal imperfection. Now reverse the process. Take all those qualities back. God is not love. Love is divine. God is not truth. Truth is divine. When you love unconditionally, you become the embodiment of the divine. When you live in truth, when you drop all your masks and hypocrisies and stand naked in your authenticity, you are the living truth. There is no other God to worship. Your own consciousness is the ultimate reality. This realization brings a tremendous responsibility. But it is a joyous responsibility. It is the responsibility of an artist towards his canvas. Your life is the canvas. You are no longer painting by numbers, following a pattern set by someone else. You have to mix your own colors. You have to find your own strokes. Some days the painting will be chaotic, some days it will be serene, but it will be yours. And the beauty of existence is that it accepts all authentic expressions. The universe loves diversity. It does not want everyone to be a carbon copy of a saint. It wants you to be uniquely you. Do not try to be a Jesus. Do not try to be a Buddha. If you try to imitate them, you will become a cheap plastic replica. Existence only creates originals. You are an original masterpiece, waiting to be discovered. Buddha found his own path, his own unique fragrance. Jesus found his. You have to find yours. And the only way to find it is to listen to the still small voice within you. That voice is often buried under layers and layers of conditioning. To peel away these layers requires a continuous, uncompromising awareness. It is a moment to moment surgical operation on yourself. You have to watch your thoughts, watch your actions, watch your motives. Why do you do what you do? Are you acting out of love or out of fear? Are you seeking truth or are you seeking approval? Every time you catch yourself acting out of fear, out of a desire to conform to the dead rules, stop, take a deep breath, drop the dead weight, and choose the path of the lion, the path of the child. This journey of self-discovery is the greatest adventure there is. And it is an adventure you do not have to undertake entirely in the dark. While the path is yours alone to walk, the light of those who have awakened can help illuminate the pitfalls. This is the purpose of our gathering here. This channel is not a church. It is a laboratory for consciousness. If you are finding value in these experiments, if the alchemy of these words is changing something within you, make sure you are subscribed. Let your presence be counted in this rebellion. If you wish to contribute to the maintenance of this laboratory, the join button and super thanks are there for you to pour your energy into this collective awakening. Share this video, throw this stone into the stagnant pond of society and watch the ripples spread. And for your own deep, silent work, our ebooks are available. Companions for your solitary journey into the depths of your own being. The death of God is not an event that happened in the 19th century when Nietzsche wrote about it. The death of God is an event that must happen inside you right now. As long as you are clinging to any external authority, God is still alive in your mind and you are still dead. You must become the murderer of your own illusions. Zen masters have a saying, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. This sounds shocking to the religious mind. How can you kill the Buddha? But the meaning is profoundly beautiful. The master is saying that if while meditating an image of the Buddha appears in your mind and you start feeling attached to it, you start feeling a sense of reverence and awe, you have created a new God. You have created a new obstacle. The image is not the truth. The image is a projection of your mind. You must take the sword of awareness and cut that image down. You must kill the concept of the Buddha so that you can become the Buddha. You must empty the mirror completely. Only an empty mirror can reflect the whole sky. Are you ready to be an empty mirror? Are you ready to drop all the comforting lies you have been fed since childhood? It is a painful process, I will not deceive you. Stripping away the ego is like peeling an onion. It brings tears to your eyes, and in the end, nothing is left. But that nothingness is the very goal. That nothingness is the fullness of existence. Do not be afraid of the void. Jump into it. Dance into it. Zarathustra's God dances, because dancing is the only action where the creator and the creation become one. The painter is separate from the painting. The poet is separate from the poem, but the dancer cannot be separated from the dance. If the dancer stops, the dance disappears. If the dance stops, the dancer is just a person, no longer a dancer. They exist in total union. This is the secret of Zen. You are not separate from existence. You are the universe expressing itself as a human being for a little while. You are the ocean contained in a single drop. When you realize this, what is there to fear? What is there to be anxious about? Death loses all its terror. Because only the ego dies, only the illusion dies. The true essence, the consciousness is eternal. It was never born and it will never die. It simply moves from one form to another, from one dance to another. So let the old gods remain in their dusty tombs. Let the priests chant their empty mantras to empty skies. You turn your gaze inward. Water the mustard seed. Listen to the roar of the lion within you. Reclaim the innocence of the child. And let your life become a spontaneous, joyous, unchoreographed dance. The stage is infinite. The music is playing in every heartbeat. All that is missing is your willingness to let go. Letting go is the greatest fear of the mind. The mind is a control mechanism. It always wants to be in the driver's seat, planning the future, securing tomorrow, making sure nothing unexpected happens. But life cannot be secure. Life is wild. Life is an unpredictable roaring river, and you are trying to build a dam across it. Your belief in a static God, your religions, your rigid moral codes, these are all dams built by the mind to capture the wild river of existence. You want to trap the water so you can feel safe. But trapped water becomes stagnant. It rots. Trapped life energy turns into poison. This is exactly why humanity today is so deeply neurotic. so miserable, and so full of violence. Your life energy has been trapped. You have been alienated from your own nature by rules, dogmas, and the artificial concepts of sin and virtue. Zarathustra's dancing god is the absolute destruction of these dams. A dancing energy cannot be imprisoned. You cannot put a cage around a dance. The moment you try to contain it, it dies. When you realize that the old god is dead, you are realizing that the dam is broken. The water is rushing out wild and free, moving towards the ocean. You can either drown in your fear, clinging to the broken pieces of the dam, or you can surrender to the current and let it carry you to the ultimate merging. Zen is the art of surrendering to the river. Zen does not teach you how to swim, it teaches you how to float. Swimming implies effort. It implies a struggle against the water. Floating implies profound trust. When you trust existence, you simply relax, and the river itself takes you where you need to go. But trust is impossible if you are holding on to the image of a punishing God. How can you trust a judge? You can only fear a judge. You can respect him out of terror, but you can never love him. Love and fear cannot exist in the same heart. They are diametrically opposite dimensions. Where fear is, love disappears. Where love is, fear cannot exist. For thousands of years, the priests have told you to fear God. They called it God-fearing. What an ugly term! To be God-fearing is to be entirely disconnected from the divine. The divine is not a terror to be feared, it is a romance to be lived. If this realization is dawning on you, if the ice of fear is beginning to melt in the warmth of this understanding, I invite you to join our caravan of seekers. Subscribe to this channel, not just as a viewer, but as a fellow traveler on this journey of unlearning. Like this video to help shatter the algorithm of sleep that dominates this world, and share it with those who are shivering in the cold shadows of dead religions. And if you feel the urge to support the creation of these continuous streams of awareness, the join button is your gateway to become a pillar of this sanctuary. Your super thanks are the flowers you throw on this path, allowing this message to reach millions who are unknowingly waiting for the death of their fears. For your own intimate exploration, our ebooks await you, silent guides to help you navigate the uncharted waters of your inner world. When the fear of God drops, the fear of hell drops. And when the fear of hell drops, the greed for heaven drops. They are two sides of the same counterfeit coin. Heaven and hell are not geographical places, they are the inventions of a sick psychology. When you are angry, when you are jealous, when you are consumed by hatred, you are in hell. It is not somewhere down below. It is right here burning in your own chest. And when you are silent, when you are loving, when you are simply watching a sunset with no thought in your mind, you are in heaven. It is right here. You are the creator of both. This brings us to the core of the human dilemma. You do not want to take responsibility for your own state of mind. You want a savior. You want a Messiah to come down from the clouds and magically transport you to a state of bliss. You have waited for centuries for Jesus to return, for the Maitreya Buddha to appear, for the Mahdi to come and save the world. Let me tell you a harsh truth. Nobody is coming. Nobody can save you but yourself. A master can only point the way. A master is a finger pointing to the moon, but you are holding on to the finger, worshipping the finger, and completely missing the moon. Jesus pointed to the mustard seed within you. Buddha pointed to the lotus of your own consciousness. They did not say, "Worship me and you will be saved." They said, "Awaken to your own nature and you are saved." The dependency on an external savior is the death of your soul. It keeps you in a state of perpetual childhood. You remain a beggar, stretching out your hands to the sky, asking for peace, asking for joy. But peace is not a commodity that can be handed to you. Peace is the fragrance of a silent mind. Joy is the shadow of a life lived in total awareness. You cannot beg for it, you have to cultivate it. How do you cultivate it? By becoming a gardener of your own consciousness. Look at the earth. If you leave a piece of land untended, weeds will grow. Weeds do not need any effort. They grow on their own. They are the unconscious growth. But if you want roses, you have to prepare the soil. You have to remove the weeds. You have to water the plants. You have to protect them. The mustard seed of your inner divinity is like the seed of a rose. The soil of your mind is currently full of weeds, the weeds of past conditioning, the weeds of societal expectations, the weeds of borrowed beliefs. Meditation is the process of weeding the garden. It is not chanting a mantra to numb the mind. It is not forcing yourself into a rigid posture to punish the body. Meditation is simple awareness. It is watching the mind without any judgment. Just watch your thoughts as if you are watching clouds moving across the sky. Do not say, "This is a good thought, I must keep it." Do not say, "This is a bad thought, I must suppress it." The moment you judge, you are entangled. The moment you judge, the old moralizer, the old God within your head comes back to life. Just watch, utterly detached. As you watch, you will notice something incredible happening. The traffic of thoughts begins to slow down. The gaps between the clouds become bigger. And in those gaps, you catch a glimpse of the blue sky. That blue sky is your true nature. It is the tilled earth Jesus was talking about. It is pure, empty, and infinite. When the mind is completely empty of thoughts, the mustard seed falls into this silence and instantly begins to sprout. This sprouting is the explosion of Zen. It is the realization that you are not the mind, you are not the body. You are the witnessing consciousness. You are the watcher on the hill. And this watcher has no birth, no death, no religion, no nationality. It is pure dancing energy. When you touch this inner space, your whole perspective on life shifts. You no longer view life as a problem to be solved, but as a mystery to be lived. Science tries to solve life. It dissects the flower to find its secrets, and in doing so, it destroys the beauty. Religion tries to explain life with dogmas, turning the mystery into a boring theology. Zen simply lives the mystery. When a Zen master is asked what is the meaning of life, he might simply point to the cypress tree in the courtyard, or he might pour you a cup of tea. He is saying the meaning is here, in the pouring of the tea. The meaning is here, in the greenness of the tree. Do not ask for intellectual answers. Drink the tea, become the tea. This level of presence requires the death of the past. You are carrying the corpse of your past on your shoulders. All your memories, all your traumas, all the things people have said to you, all the things you have failed at. You carry this heavy burden every day. And because you are carrying the past, you cannot see the present. Your eyes are covered with the dust of yesterday. The dead God is the ultimate symbol of the past. He is the ultimate authority of the always has been. But life is the always becoming. To be alive, to truly pulsate with existence, you must drop the corpse. You must die to the past every single moment. When you wake up in the morning, do not wake up as the same person who went to sleep. Be new. Look at your partner as if you are seeing them for the first time. Look at the trees as if they have just sprung from the earth. When you bring freshness to your eyes, the whole world becomes fresh. The whole world becomes a miracle. To help you sustain this freshness, to remind you to drop the corpse of the past when it gets too heavy, we gather here. By subscribing to this channel, you create a touchstone for your awareness. Engage with us in the comments. Write down your experiences of dropping the past. Your words might be the exact spark needed to ignite someone else's freedom. Share this transmission with friends who are suffocating under the weight of their own histories. And if your heart feels expensive, if the value of this liberation moves you, the join button and super thanks are ways to pour your gratitude into the physical manifestation of this work. For those who wish to study the mechanics of the mind and the art of weeding the garden in deep silence, our ebooks are available, crafted to dismantle your illusions word by word. Zarathustra climbed down from his mountain because his cup was full. When you reach the center, when the mustard seed becomes a massive tree, you do not run away from the world. The old religions taught renunciation. They told you that the world is an illusion, a maya, a trap, and you must escape to the monasteries, to the caves in the Himalayas. This is a cowardly approach. It is the approach of someone who is afraid of life. If God is the creator of this world, why would you escape it? And if there is no God, and existence is simply a spontaneous outpouring of energy, why would you reject it? Zen does not teach renunciation. It teaches transformation. You do not have to leave the marketplace. You have to be in the marketplace without letting the marketplace be in you. You have to live in the world, but not be of the world. A lotus flower grows in the mud, but it remains pristine, untouched by the mud. The water does not cling to its petals. You must become a lotus. Live fully, love intensely, work passionately, but remain unattached. Attachment is the glue that binds you to misery. You love someone and immediately you want to possess them. You want to control them. You want to make sure they never leave you. In doing so, you destroy the very love you are trying to protect. Love is a bird on the wing. If you put it in a cage, it is no longer the same bird. The sky is gone, the freedom is gone, and the song turns into a cry of despair. Let go of the need to possess. Let go of the need to be right. The ego constantly demands to be right. It feeds on argument, on conflict, on feeling superior. When you argue about religion, when you argue about which God is the true God, it is just the ego inflating itself. Truth needs no defense. Truth is self-evident. Does the sun need to argue that it gives light? Do the roses need to debate their fragrance? They simply are. Be like the sun. Be like the rose. Radiate your truth through your being, not through your arguments. The death of God is the end of arguments. Because when there is no ultimate authority to appeal to, you are left with your own subjective reality. My truth is my truth, your truth is your truth. There is no need to fight. We are all blind men touching different parts of the elephant. One touches the leg and says, God is like a pillar. Another touches the ear and says, God is like a fan. They fight because they think their experience is the only experience. But the man with eyes, the awakened man, simply laughs. He sees the whole elephant. He knows that all experiences are valid, but all descriptions are incomplete. The word God is just a description, and a very poor one at that. It has been used to justify so much bloodshed, so much hatred, so much division, that the word itself has become polluted. This is why I prefer the word existence, or the whole, or godliness. Godliness is a quality. You can see it in the eyes of a child. You can hear it in the sound of a waterfall. You can feel it in the touch of a lover. It is everywhere. You don't need a temple to find it. The whole universe is the temple. When you realize that the whole universe is the temple, every act becomes sacred. Walking becomes a meditation. Eating becomes a sacrament. Cleaning your house becomes a prayer. Zen is the ultimate alchemy. It turns the ordinary into the extraordinary. Chopping wood and carrying water become divine activities. You don't have to sit in a special posture and chant sacred syllables to be spiritual. Spirituality is not a separate compartment of your life. It is the very flavor of your entire existence. This requires a radical shift in your consciousness. You have been taught to divide life into the sacred and the profane. Sunday is for the church. The rest of the week is for the marketplace. God is in the sky. Money is on the earth. This division has split you in two. You are schizophrenic. You are constantly torn between the material and the spiritual. Zen says there is no division. Matter is just energy vibrating at a lower frequency. Spirit is energy vibrating at a higher frequency. They are the same energy. Einstein proved it in the realm of physics, and the Buddhas have known it for millennia in the realm of consciousness. When you drop the division, you become whole. You become holy. Holiness has nothing to do with being pious or wearing special robes. Holiness comes from the word whole. To be holy is to be complete, undivided, integrated. And you cannot be integrated as long as you are bowing down to an external master. A slave is never whole. A slave is always fragmented. To become whole, you must cut the chains. You must declare your absolute independence. This declaration of independence is not a political act. It is a spiritual revolution. It is the greatest revolution that can happen to a human being. It takes immense courage to look up at the empty sky and smile, realizing that you are entirely on your own. But in that aloneness, you discover the presence of the whole universe. You are alone, but you are not lonely. Loneliness is the absence of the other. Aloneness is the presence of oneself. When you are full of yourself, when your inner light is burning bright, you don't need anyone to complete you. You can share your love, you can share your joy, but it is an overflow, not a need. You give because you have too much, not because you are trying to get something in return. This is the love of a Buddha. It is unconditional, like a flower giving its fragrance to the wind, not caring who smells it, not caring if the wind takes it to a saint or a sinner. To cultivate this unconditioned state, you need reminders. Because the sleep is deep and the conditioning is ancient. Let this channel be your daily reminder. Subscribe and stay connected to this frequency of truth. If a particular insight shatters a wall within you, hit the like button so the algorithm pushes this hammer to another wall in someone else's mind. Use the comments to declare your aloneness, your independence from the dead gods. Share this video to create ripples in the ocean of human consciousness. If you feel compelled to assist in keeping this platform alive and thriving, your support through the join button or super thanks is profoundly appreciated. And remember, the deepest work is done in silence. Our e-books are there to accompany you when the screen goes dark and you are left with your own mind. We must understand that the fear of man, which created God, is deeply rooted in the fear of death. You created God because you wanted a guarantee that you will not disappear when your body dies. You wanted a father to hold your hand in the darkness of the grave. You invented heaven as a compensation for the miseries of the earth, and you invented the immortal soul as a compensation for the mortality of the body. But Zen says, look at death directly. Do not hide behind comforting fables. What is death? Death is only the destruction of the form. The wave crashes onto the shore and disappears, but the water remains. The wave was just a temporary shape taken by the ocean. You are a wave in the ocean of existence. The form you call your body, the identity you call your ego, these will disappear. They must disappear because they are put together, and whatever is put together will eventually be taken apart. But your essence, the witnessing consciousness, was never put together. It was never born, so how can it die? When you meditate, when you enter the tilled earth of your being, you experience this eternal aspect of yourself. You taste the deathless. And once you have tasted the deathless, the fear of death completely evaporates. And with the fear of death, the need for God evaporates. You stand absolutely fearless. You can face the whole of existence with open eyes. You can dance on the edge of the abyss. This is the freedom of the Zarathustra. This is the roar of the lion. The dead God wanted you to be weak, humble, and miserable. The living truth wants you to be strong, vibrant, and overflowing with bliss. Do not settle for anything less than the absolute blooming of your potential. The mustard seed is waiting. The soil is ready. The sun is shining. The only thing missing is your conscious decision to stop looking at the sky and start digging into your own earth. Dig deep. Throw away the rocks of dogma. Pull out the weeds of belief and let the living truth, the eternal Zen, blossom within you. The universe is waiting for your unique flower to bloom. Don't keep it waiting any longer. The moment you decide to stop waiting is the moment the greatest alchemy happens within your soul. You have been conditioned to postpone everything that is beautiful. You postpone love, You postpone joy, you postpone meditation. You say, tomorrow I will meditate, tomorrow I will forgive, tomorrow I will dance. But tomorrow never comes. It is a mirage, an illusion created by the mind to avoid the intensity of the present moment. The mind is a coward. It is terrified of the now. Why? Because in the now the mind cannot exist. The mind only exists in the past as memory or in the future as imagination. When you are totally present, fully immersed in this very second, the mind stops. And the stopping of the mind is the beginning of your true life. It is the beginning of Zen. Zen is the ultimate rebellion against tomorrow. It is the fierce, uncompromising declaration that this moment is all there is. When the old God was alive in your head, he was always promising you a tomorrow, a heaven after death, a reward for your suffering, a paradise for your obedience. He was the ultimate postponer. The priests told you to sacrifice today for a better tomorrow. But I tell you, if you cannot find heaven right here, right now, sitting exactly where you are, breathing the air of this earth, you will never find it anywhere else. Heaven is an approach to reality, not a destination. It is a way of looking at the world with the innocent eyes of a child, free from the dust of the past. The death of God means the death of tomorrow. It means you are thrust violently and beautifully into the present. There is nowhere to hide. There is no future savior coming to rescue you from your misery. You are entirely responsible. This responsibility is what Zarathustra called the great lightning. It strikes you, it shatters your illusions, and it leaves you naked under the open sky. But in that nakedness, there is a tremendous beauty. You are no longer a beggar asking the sky for favors. You become an emperor of your own consciousness. This empire of consciousness is what Jesus meant by the mustard seed. The kingdom of God is within you, but you are constantly searching for it outside. You travel to Jerusalem, you travel to Mecca, you travel to the Himalayas, seeking something that is already beating in your own chest. It is the most absurd comedy of human existence. You are like a man dying of thirst while swimming in a river of pure water, simply because you refuse to open your mouth and drink. The water is there, the existence is overflowing with it, godliness is everywhere, but your eyes are closed, fixed on a distant imaginary sky. To open your eyes requires courage. Because when you open your eyes, you see the falseness of everything you have been taught. You see the hypocrisy of society, the lies of the politicians, the deep sleep of the masses. You realize that you have been living in a madhouse where everyone is pretending to be sane. When a man wakes up in a madhouse, his first instinct is to run. But where can you run? The madhouse is everywhere. The only true escape is to go inwards, into the silent center of the cyclone. The circumference is chaos, but the center is absolutely still. If you are beginning to sense this stillness, if these words are acting as a hammer on the walls of your conditioned mind, do not let this momentum fade. Subscribe to this channel to keep the hammer striking. Make a commitment to your own awakening. By clicking the like button, you help send this shock wave of truth into the algorithms of the sleeping world, waking up others who are desperately seeking a way out of the madhouse. Share this video with those who are ready to hear the roar of the lion. And if you feel the depth of this work, if you recognize the value of keeping this sanctuary alive, consider using the join button or offering a super thanks. Your direct support is the fuel that keeps this fire burning, allowing us to produce more of these profound explorations. For those who wish to carry this silence into their deepest, most private moments, our ebooks are available as tools to aid in the tilling of your inner soil. When you till the soil, as Jesus described, you are preparing the ground for the mustard seed to explode. Tilling means breaking the hard crust of the earth. Your ego is that hard crust. It has been built up over years of defensiveness, of trying to protect yourself from a hostile world. You have built a fortress around your heart. The ego says, I am separate from the world. I must fight to survive. I must conquer others before they conquer me. This is the philosophy of cancer. A cancer cell is simply a cell that has forgotten its connection to the whole body and decides to grow on its own at the expense of the whole. The ego is a psychological cancer. To till the earth means to break the ego. It is a painful process because you have identified with the ego for so long that you think you are the ego. You think you are your name, your job, your bank account, your prestige. When the hammer falls on the ego, you feel like you are dying. But it is not you who is dying. It is only your prison that is being destroyed. The true you, the witnessing consciousness, cannot be destroyed. It is immortal. When the crust is broken, the soil becomes soft, receptive, vulnerable. Vulnerability is the highest spiritual state. The religious man is not someone who is armed with dogmas and scriptures, ready to defend his faith. The truly religious man is completely vulnerable, completely open to existence. He has no armor. He is like a flower, opening its petals to the sun, not knowing if the sun will nourish it or burn it. He simply trusts. This trust is not a belief in God. Belief is a function of the mind. It is always based on doubt. You believe because you do not know. If you know, there is no need to believe. Do you believe in the sun? Do you believe in the trees? No, you know them. They are a reality. God was a belief because you did not know Him. But godliness is a reality you can experience. When you trust existence, you are not believing in a personified deity. You are simply relaxing into the cosmic flow. You are dropping the oars and letting the river take you. When the mustard seed falls into this soft, trusting, vulnerable soil, the miracle happens. The seed dies. This is a very significant point. The seed must die for the tree to be born. If the seed is a miser, if the seed clings to its form, if it says, I will not dissolve into the soil, I want to remain a seed, then it will never become a tree. It will remain a tiny, hard, dead thing. It is only through the death of the seed that the vastness of the tree is realized. Your ego is the seed. You are clinging to it, afraid to let go, afraid to disappear into the hole. You are afraid of the void, the emptiness. But Zen teaches that this emptiness is not a negative state. It is not an absence of things. It is a presence of the infinite. It is sunyata, the pregnant void from which all creation springs. When you drop the ego, when you die as a separate entity, you are reborn as the whole universe. Jesus said, "He who seeks to save his life shall lose it, and he who loses his life for my sake shall find it." The Christians have completely misunderstood this. They think it means dying for a dogma or a church. It has nothing to do with that. Losing your life means losing the false life of the ego. It means dissolving the illusion of separation. And finding your life means discovering your eternal cosmic nature. The death of the ego is the birth of the Buddha. When the tree grows, Jesus says, it becomes a shelter for all the birds of heaven. What are these birds? They are the wandering souls, the seekers, the people who are tired of the madhouse and are looking for a place of peace. When a man becomes enlightened, when a tree reaches the sky, he naturally becomes a shelter for others. He does not try to convert them. He does not force them to believe anything. He simply offers his shade, his silence, his fragrance. His very presence is a healing force. This is the only true way to help the world. The politicians try to change the world by changing the laws. The moralists try to change the world by changing the rules. But the world remains the same because the consciousness of man remains the same. You can change the structure of the prison. You can paint the bars with gold, but a prison is still a prison. The only real revolution is the revolution of consciousness. When you change yourself, you change the world, because you are a part of the world. Do not try to be a savior. Do not try to rescue humanity. That is just another subtle ego trip. First, rescue yourself. First, light your own candle. When your candle is lit, its light will naturally dispel the darkness around you. If thousands of individuals light their own candles, the whole world will be illuminated. This is the vision of Zen. It is an individualistic religion. It does not deal with masses. It deals with the single, solitary individual. Zarathustra climbed the mountain alone. He stayed in his cave for 10 years, alone with his eagle and his serpent. He had to go into absolute isolation to purify his spirit from the contamination of the crowd. The crowd is always mediocre. The crowd is always against excellence, against genius, against awakening. The crowd wants everyone to be just like them, asleep, comfortable, and miserable. When someone tries to wake up, the crowd becomes angry. They crucified Jesus not because he committed a crime, but because he was awake in a world of sleepwalkers. His very presence was an insult to their slumber. They poisoned Socrates for the same reason. If you choose the path of Zen, the path of the dancing gods, you must be prepared to be misunderstood. You must be prepared to stand alone. The moment you declare that the old god is dead, the priests will condemn you, society will ostracize you, even your own family might reject you. They will say you have gone mad. But remember, What they call madness is the highest sanity, and what they call sanity is a deep pathological sickness. To withstand the pressure of the crowd, you need immense inner strength. You need the roar of the lion. And this strength is cultivated through meditation, through connecting with your center. Do not let the crowd pull you back into the periphery. Whenever you feel overwhelmed by the noise of the world, sit silently. Close your eyes. Watch your breath. Just the simple act of watching the breath coming in and going out creates a distance between you and the mind. You realize that you are not the body, you are not the breath, you are not the thoughts, you are the watcher. This watcher is the only reality. Everything else is a passing show. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains. Be the sky. To help you remember your vastness, to pull you out of the narrow confines of societal conditioning, we share these insights. By subscribing to the channel, you build a digital sanctuary for yourself, a place where the crowd's noise cannot reach you. Engage with this community in the comments. Share your experiences of facing the crowds, of standing alone. Your story is a testament to the death of the old gods. Share this video. Let it be a beacon for others who feel isolated in their awakening. If you find deep value in these teachings and wish to actively sustain their flow, the join button and super thanks are beautiful ways to contribute your energy. We are building a caravan of awakened individuals, and your support strengthens us all. For a deeper understanding of the mechanics of the mind and the process of tilling the soil, our ebooks are available, waiting to be explored. Let us delve deeper into the nature of the mind and why it clings so desperately to the concept of an external God. The mind is essentially a machine designed for survival. It analyzes, it calculates, it predicts. It is very useful in the material world. If you want to build a house, if you want to fly to the moon, you need the mind. But the mind has a limitation. It can only deal with the known. It takes past information and projects it into the future. It cannot comprehend the unknown. It is terrified of the mysterious. God was an invention of the mind to explain the unknown. By giving the unknown a name, a face, and a set of rules, the mind felt it had conquered it. It reduced the infinite mystery of existence to a manageable formula. But the mystery cannot be reduced. The moment you define it, you lose it. The moment you say, God is this or God is that, you have created an idol, and all idols must be smashed. Zen is the smashing of all idols, both physical and conceptual. A Zen master will not give you a new philosophy to replace your old one. If you ask him a profound metaphysical question, he might hit you with his staff. He is not being cruel. He is being deeply compassionate. He is trying to suck you out of your mind. He is trying to create a sudden gap in your continuous stream of thinking. And in that momentary gap, if you are alert, you can glimpse the truth. The truth is not a concept to be grasped. It is an experience to be lived. You cannot know the taste of water by reading a chemical formula. You have to drink it. In the same way, you cannot know godliness by reading scriptures. You have to drink existence. You have to become totally absorbed in whatever you are doing. If you are sweeping the floor, sweep it with such totality, such devotion, that there is no sweeper and no floor, only the act of sweeping. In that totality, the ego disappears. In that totality, the mind stops. And where the mind stops, Zen begins. This requires a shift in your whole approach to life. You have been taught to be goal-oriented. You do things to achieve a result. You go to school to get a degree. You get a job to earn money. You pray to God to get to heaven. The focus is always on the future, on the result. Zen says, drop the goal. The journey is the destination. The joy is not in reaching the end. The joy is in the walking. When you dance, you do not dance to reach a certain point on the floor. You dance for the sheer joy of dancing. The action is its own reward. This is how life should be lived. Live as if you are dancing. Zarathustra's dancing god is a metaphor for a life lived without goals, without ambitions, without the constant neurotic striving for something better. Ambition is a poison. It tells you that you are not enough as you are. It tells you that you need to become something else, someone else, to be worthy. Society feeds on ambition. It creates a hierarchy, a ladder, and tells you to climb. And you spend your whole life struggling to climb this meaningless ladder, stepping on others, destroying your peace of mind, only to realize at the end of your life that the ladder was leaning against the wrong wall. You are already perfect. This is the most radical statement anyone can make to you. Society tells you that you are imperfect, that you are a sinner, that you need improvement. I tell you, you are perfect exactly as you are. The mustard seed is perfect in its seedhood. The tree is perfect in its treehood. A rose is a rose. A lotus is a lotus. The rose does not try to become a lotus, and the lotus does not suffer from an inferiority complex because it is not a rose. Only man suffers because man tries to be something he is not. Accept yourself, love yourself, drop all ideals. Ideals are the enemies of reality. When you have an ideal of how you should be, you are constantly condemning how you actually are. You are divided against yourself. You become a battlefield. And a house divided against itself cannot stand. Drop the shoulds and arts. The dead God gave you commandments. Thou shalt not do this, thou shalt do that. A living consciousness needs no commandments. When you are aware, your actions are naturally harmonious. You do not need to try to be good. Goodness flows from you like fragrance from a flower. You do not need to try to be loving. Love becomes your very breathing. To help you shed these toxic ambitions and rediscover your innate perfection, this channel serves as a mirror. By subscribing, you ensure that you regularly look into this mirror and see your true face, not the face society has painted on you. If a specific thought strikes you, hit the like button so that the algorithmic winds carry this mirror to other weary climbers on the ladder of ambition. Use the comments to express your self-acceptance, your dropping of ideals. Share this video with those who are exhausted from trying to be perfect according to someone else's rules. If you wish to support the continuation of these reflections, clicking join or offering a super thanks is a profound way to invest in the collective awakening. Our ebooks are also here to assist you in dismantling the internal battlefield and finding the peace that passes all understanding. The transition from a goal-oriented life to a playful life is the transition from the camel to the child. The child plays for the sake of play. The child is fascinated by a butterfly, by a colored stone, by a puddle of water. The whole world is a wonderland. When you drop the heavy luggage of religion, morality, and ambition, you regain this childhood. Jesus said, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." purity does not mean moral perfection. Purity means innocence. It means a mind unclouded by the past. When your mind is pure, when your mirror is clean, you see the divine in everything. You see the divine in the beggar, in the king, in the saint, in the sinner. You see the same life energy pulsating everywhere. The divisions dissolve. You no longer divide the world into good and evil, black and white. You see the underlying unity. The concept of evil is another invention of the mind to explain what it cannot accept. If God is entirely good, where does evil come from? The priests had to invent a devil to take the blame. So they created a cosmic war between God and the devil, between light and dark. This dualism has torn the human psyche apart. You are constantly fighting the devil within you, your sexuality, your anger, your greed. You suppress them. You hide them in the dark basement of your unconscious. But suppressed energy does not die. It becomes toxic. It turns into perversion. Zen says, there is no devil. There is only unconsciousness. Anger is not evil. It is just energy that has lost its way in the dark. Sexuality is not a sin. It is the fundamental life force, the very energy that creates life. When you accept your anger, when you bring the light of awareness to it, it transforms into compassion. When you accept your sexuality with deep reverence and awareness, it transforms into pure love. The muddy water becomes the lotus. Do not fight with yourself. Do not suppress anything. Suppression is the way of the old dead religions. Transformation is the way of the living truth. Observe your dark side without judgment. Embrace your inner demons. The moment you embrace them with love and awareness, they lose their demonic quality. They become your friends, your allies. Your energy becomes integrated. This integration is the birth of the Overman. The Overman is not a Superman with magical powers. The Overman is simply a whole, integrated human being. He is not divided. He is entirely of the earth, yet his consciousness touches the stars. He does not deny the body. He respects the body as the temple of the divine. He dances with his body. He loves with his body. He enjoys the simple pleasures of life, eating, drinking, sleeping, with total awareness. The old religions taught you to hate the body, to starve it, to torture it, believing that by destroying the body, you would elevate the soul. What absolute nonsense! The body and the soul are not enemies. They are two sides of the same coin. The body is the visible soul, and the soul is the invisible body. To hate the body is to hate the divine manifest in matter. Celebrate your body. Respect its wisdom. It is a miracle of existence. Millions of cells working in perfect harmony. A cosmic dance happening within your very flesh. When you are sensitive to your body, you become sensitive to the whole universe. As we pass this part of our exploration, take a moment to feel your body. Feel the life pulsing through your veins. This is the living truth, not a concept in a book, but the very blood in your heart. If you are ready to continue dropping the chains of the past, ensure you are subscribed to the channel. Like this video to seal your commitment to the present moment. Share your journey of bodily acceptance and inner integration in the comments below. Share this message with those who are at war with themselves. And if your heart overflows with gratitude for this space of freedom, your support through the join button or super thanks is deeply honored. Let the ebooks be your companions in the silent work of transforming your inner mud into the blooming lotus. The stage is set. The old choreographer is gone. The music is rising from within you. This music is not something you can learn from a book or borrow from a master. It is the spontaneous rhythm of your own unconditioned consciousness. When the old choreographer in the sky is dead, when all the rules and commandments are burned to ashes, you are left with this inner rhythm. And this rhythm is what Zen calls the living truth. It is not a truth that can be articulated in a doctrine. It is a truth that must be danced, a truth that must be lived in every ordinary moment of your existence. Consider the profound encounter between the Zen master Shigen and his disciple Sekito. Sekito had been traveling, seeking the ultimate truth, as all seekers do when they first begin. He had gone to Soke, the very place where the great sixth patriarch, Huinen, had lived and taught. Soke was considered the fountainhead of enlightenment, the holiest of holy places for a Zen seeker. Shigen asked Sekito, "Where do you come from?" And Sekito replied, "I come from Soke." Now an ordinary mind, a religious mind, would have expected Sekito to have found God there, to have found the ultimate answer. But Shigen, being a true master, held up his whisk, an ordinary everyday object, and asked, "Did you find this over there?" He was not asking about the whisk, he was asking about the ordinary everyday reality. He was asking if Sekito had found the living truth in that supposedly holy place. Sekito's reply is a masterpiece of Zen understanding. He said, no, not only was it not over there, but it was also not in the Westland. The Westland means India, the birthplace of the Buddha himself. Sekito is saying something incredibly rebellious, something that would make orthodox priests tremble. He is saying that the truth is not in Soke, the home of the patriarch, and it is not even in India, the home of the Buddha. Truth is not geographical, it is not historical. Sigun pressed him further, testing his realization. You reached the Westland, didn't you? And Sekito replied, if I had reached, I could have found it. This is the ultimate declaration of the death of the goal-oriented mind. If I had reached, to reach implies an ego, an achiever, a destination. But truth is not a destination. Truth is the very ground you are standing on right now. If you are trying to reach it, you will constantly miss it. The very effort to find God pushes God away, because the effort implies that God is somewhere else. Zen says, stop searching. Just be. Sit silently, doing nothing. The spring comes and the grass grows by itself. This state of doing nothing, of absolute non-achieving, is terrifying to the modern mind. You have been brought up to be achievers, to be successful, to constantly climb ladders. If you are not climbing, you feel you are wasting your life. But look at the trees. Are they climbing any ladders? Look at the stars. Are they trying to be successful? They simply are. They exist in a state of profound, effortless grace. You have lost that grace because you have been infected with the disease of ambition. Ambition is the shadow of the dead God. The dead God told you to be good, to be holy, to earn your place in heaven. He made you ambitious for the afterlife. And when people lose their religion, they simply transfer that ambition to the material world. They want to be rich, famous, powerful. The disease is the same, only the symptoms have changed. Whether you are ambitious for money or ambitious for enlightenment, you are still ambitious. You are still tense. You are still in the future. You are still missing the present moment. To drop ambition is to drop the ego. And to drop the ego is the greatest death, far more significant than the physical death of the body. When the body dies, it is only a change of clothes. But when the ego dies, it is the birth of the divine. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "You must be reborn." He was not talking about reincarnation. He was talking about a psychological rebirth in this very life. You must die as a psychological entity, as a separate ego, to be reborn as a universal consciousness. If this message of ego death stirs a deep recognition within you, if it resonates with an unspoken truth in your heart, I invite you to anchor yourself in this stream of consciousness. Subscribe to the channel to keep this mirror reflecting your true face. By liking this video, you help disrupt the mechanical algorithms of this digital age, allowing this transmission of Zen to reach others who are exhausted by their own ambitions. Share this video with those who are endlessly running but getting nowhere. Your simple act of sharing might be the exact catalyst needed for their stopping, for their awakening. And if you wish to fortify this sanctuary of rebellion, your support through the join button makes you an active participant in this movement. A super thanks is a beautiful gesture of energy exchange, keeping the wheels of this caravan moving. To support your own solitary journey of unlearning, our ebooks are available, silent companions, to help you dismantle the structures of your mind in your private hours. Let us look deeply at what the ego actually is. The ego is a false center created by society. When you are born, you have no ego. A child simply exists, totally merged with existence. When a child is hungry, he cries. When he is happy, he smiles. There is no division between him and his feelings. He does not say, "I am hungry." The feeling of hunger is there, but the I is absent. As the child grows, the parents, the teachers, the priests begin to give him a name, an identity, a religion, a nationality. They build a wall around him. They say, "You are a Christian. You are an American. You are a boy. You must behave this way. You must not behave that way." Slowly, a false center is constructed. This false center is the ego. The ego is extremely fragile because it is false. It constantly needs to be supported, defended, and nourished. You have to constantly prove yourself. If someone insults you, the ego is hurt. If someone praises you, the ego inflates. You become a slave to the opinions of others. Your whole life becomes a struggle to maintain this false identity. And because the ego is cut off from the whole, from existence, it is always afraid. It is afraid of death. It is afraid of love. It is afraid of anything that might dissolve its boundaries. Love is the greatest enemy of the ego. When you truly love someone, for a moment, the boundaries dissolve. You forget yourself. You become one with the other. This is why people are so afraid of deep, intimate love. They prefer shallow relationships because in a shallow relationship, the ego remains intact. You can be a boyfriend or a girlfriend, playing games, maintaining your defenses. But to truly love means to surrender. It means to drop your armor. It means to be completely vulnerable. God is nothing but another name for this ultimate surrender. When Zarathustra speaks of the dancing gods, he is speaking of an energy that requires your total surrender. You cannot dance if you are holding back. You cannot dance if you are constantly watching your own feet, worried about making a mistake. You have to lose yourself in the music. This losing of oneself is the only true prayer. The priests have taught you to pray with words. They have given you ready-made formulas to repeat in the church or the temple. But repeating words is not prayer. It is just a mechanical habit of the mind. It is an insult to existence. How can you speak to the infinite with words invented by man? True prayer is silence. True prayer is a state of being where the mind stops and the heart opens. It is a feeling of immense gratitude for this beautiful, mysterious, incomprehensible existence. When you sit in silence, when you meditate, you are slowly starving the ego. You are withdrawing your attention from the false center and moving it to the real center. This real center is what Jesus called the mustard seed. It is the smallest of all seeds, but it contains the potential of the kingdom of heaven. When the ego dies, the tilled earth is ready. The hard crust of your conditioned mind has been broken by the hammer of awareness. The soil is soft and receptive. In this soft soil, the mustard seed begins to grow. And what is the nature of this growth? It is a growth in sensitivity, in compassion, in joy. You begin to see the world not as a battlefield, but as a playground. You begin to feel a deep kinship with all living things. The trees are no longer just timber, they are your brothers. The animals are no longer just food, They are your fellow travelers on this cosmic journey. You begin to respect life in all its forms, not out of a moral commandment, but out of a spontaneous overflowing of your own heart. This spontaneous morality is the only true morality. The morality imposed by the dead God is always hypocritical. It is based on fear and greed. You are good because you are afraid of hell, or because you want the reward of heaven. This is not goodness. This is calculation. A truly moral man is not calculating. He is good simply because it brings him joy. He loves because love is his nature. He cannot do harm because he sees himself in the other. If you hit someone, you are hitting yourself. If you cheat someone, you are cheating yourself. The enlightened man knows this oneness not as a philosophy, but as a living reality. To cultivate this living reality, to water the mustard seed of your own enlightenment, you must be ruthlessly honest with yourself. You must watch your own mind, your motives, your hidden desires. This self-observation is the essence of Zen. It is not an analysis, it is a direct seeing. You do not analyze why you are angry. You simply watch the anger arising, staying, and passing away, like a dark cloud moving across the sky. By simply watching it without judgment, without trying to suppress it or express it, the anger loses its power over you. It dissolves into pure energy. This is the alchemy of awareness. It transforms the baser metals of your emotions into the gold of consciousness. It transforms fear into love, anger into compassion, greed into sharing. But this alchemy requires immense patience and dedication. It is not a weekend hobby. It is a commitment to your own evolution. To stay committed to this path, to constantly remind yourself of the ultimate goal of ego death, immerse yourself in this community of seekers. If these words act as a catalyst for your inner alchemy, subscribe and remain connected. Voice your insights and your struggles in the comments. Let this space be a testament to the living truth. Hit the like button to throw a pebble into the digital pond, creating ripples that might reach a shore where someone is desperately seeking a way out of their own mind. Share this discourse with friends who are ready to drop their heavy armor. And if you feel a profound alignment with this work, the join button is your avenue to become a foundational part of this channel's existence. Your super thanks are deeply appreciated tokens of your journey with us. Let our ebooks be the silent masters in your room, guiding you deeper into the tilled earth of your own being. As you go deeper, you will encounter what mystics call the dark night of the soul. This is a critical stage. The old world, the world of the ego, the world of the dead gods is collapsing. All your previous certainties are vanishing. The meaning you had attached to your life, your career, your relationships, your status suddenly seems trivial and empty. But the new world, the world of pure consciousness, has not yet fully emerged. You are in a limbo. You feel lost, abandoned, deeply alone. This is the moment when many people turn back. The fear becomes too much. They run back to the familiar, even if it is a familiar misery. They run back to the priests. They run back to the dogmas. They run back to the comforting lies. But if you are courageous, if you can stay with this emptiness, if you can trust the darkness, the dawn will inevitably follow. Zarathustra stayed in his cave for 10 years. He embraced the solitude. He did not run away from himself. And because he stayed, because he allowed the dialectic of existence to work upon him, his soul became a leaping fountain. He says, "It is night, now do all leaping fountains speak louder, and my soul too is a leaping fountain." When you pass through the dark night, your soul also becomes a leaping fountain. You discover an inexhaustible source of joy within yourself. This joy is not dependent on anything outside. It is not caused by success or money or a lover. It is uncaused. And because it is uncaused, it cannot be taken away from you. The world can take away your wealth. It can take away your freedom. It can even take away your life, but it cannot touch this inner joy. This is the only true wealth. With this inner wealth, you can move in the world like an emperor, even if you are a beggar on the streets. Your external circumstances no longer dictate your internal state. You are centered. You are grounded in the living truth of Zen. Let this be your practice. Watch the mind, drop the ego, trust the void, and allow the mustard seed to grow. The dead God has left the stage, and the whole universe is waiting for your unique dance to begin. To begin this dance, you do not need to learn any steps. You only need to unlearn the stiffness that society has forced upon your limbs, the rigidity that the priests have injected into your soul. Society hates spontaneity because spontaneity cannot be predicted, and what cannot be predicted cannot be controlled. A man who dances to his own inner music is a dangerous man to the establishment. He is a rebel. He does not care for the rewards of the politicians or the punishments of the theologians. He is entirely self-sufficient in his bliss. This is why throughout history, the mystics, the dancers, the lovers of truth have always been persecuted. They crucified Jesus not because he committed any crime against humanity, but because his very presence, his very overflowing love was a threat to the dead structure of the Jewish priesthood. The priests were living on the fear of the people. Jesus was teaching them love. The priests were pointing to a God far away in the sky. Jesus was saying, "The kingdom of heaven is within you. It is like a mustard seed in your own heart." If the people realized that the kingdom is within, who would go to the temple? Who would pay the priests? The whole business of religion would collapse in a single day. So the businessman had to kill the mystic. It was an economic necessity for the religious establishment. This has happened time and time again. They poisoned Socrates because he was corrupting the youth. And what was his corruption? He was simply teaching them to question. He was teaching them not to accept any dogma blindly. He was giving them the taste of intellectual and spiritual freedom. Freedom is the greatest corruption to a society of slaves. When you are a slave and someone tells you that you are free, that you have wings, the master will naturally want to destroy that person. But the truth cannot be destroyed. You can kill the body of Jesus, you can poison the body of Socrates, but the truth they embodied continues to resonate through the centuries, waiting for receptive hearts, waiting for tilled earth. When Jesus speaks of the tilled earth, he is speaking of a mind that has been completely emptied of all its prejudices, all its conditionings, all its borrowed knowledge. If you go to the scriptures to find the truth, you will only find dead words. The word God is not God. The word love is not love. You can repeat the word water 1,000,000 times, but it will not quench your thirst. You have to drop the word and go to the well. But the religious man is clinging to the word. He carries his holy book everywhere, thinking he is carrying the truth. He is carrying a corpse. I tell you, put down your books. Close your Bibles, your Vedas, your Qurans. Open your eyes. The real scripture is written in the leaves of the trees, in the flow of the river, in the flight of the birds, and most importantly, in the silence of your own being. But to read this living scripture, you must become illiterate again. You must drop your so-called knowledge. Knowledge is an accumulation of the past. Knowing is a spontaneous mirroring of the present. Look at a child. The child has no knowledge, but the child has a deep knowing. The child looks at a butterfly with absolute wonder. To the child, the butterfly is a miracle. To the botanist, the butterfly is just an insect to be classified, pinned to a board, and labeled. The botanist has knowledge. The child has wonder. The botanist is dead. The child is alive. Zen is the journey back to that childhood, back to that state of wonder. It is the realization that existence is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. To cultivate this wonder, to protect it from the crushing weight of society's knowledge, you need a protective environment, a caravan of fellow travelers. This is what we are creating here. By subscribing to this channel, you are not just following a page, you are joining a rebellion of consciousness. If you feel the truth of these words striking your heart, hit the like button so that the mechanical algorithms of this sleeping world are forced to share this awakening with others. Leave a comment below about the moment you first doubted the dead gods. Your testimony might be the key that unlocks another seeker's prison. Share this video with those who are suffocating under the weight of religious dogmas. And if you wish to help build this oasis in the desert of modern life, your direct support through the join button makes you a pillar of this work. Using super thanks is a beautiful way to exchange energy and ensure the river of this transmission never runs dry. For your deepest, most silent explorations, our ebooks are available, designed to act as chisels to break the hard crust of your conditioned mind. Let us go deeper into the nature of this conditioned mind. The mind is a machine of dualism. It divides everything into opposites, good and bad, light and dark, life and death. Because of this division, you are constantly in conflict. You want the light, but you are afraid of the dark. You want life, but you are terrified of death. But existence does not recognize these divisions. In existence, light and dark are not enemies. They are two sides of the same coin. They are complementary. Zarathustra understood this profoundly. He says, it is night. Now do all leaping fountains speak louder, and my soul too is a leaping fountain. He does not condemn the night, he celebrates it. It is only in the darkness of the night that the stars can be seen. It is only in the profound silence of the night that the inner fountain can be heard. If there was only day, only blinding light, you would go mad. You need the rest, the relaxation, the womb-like darkness of the night to rejuvenate. In the East, we have a beautiful word, Jagat. It means the world, but literally it translates to the wheel, that which goes on moving. A wheel has spokes. One spoke comes up, that is day. It goes down, that is night. One spoke is birth. It comes up, it goes down, that is death. It is a continuous rotation. The morning is not just the beginning of the day, it is also the beginning of the night. The evening is not just the beginning of the night, it is also the beginning of the day. They are deeply interconnected. When you understand this wheel, when you stop clinging to the upward movement and stop fighting the downward movement, a great peace descends upon you. You become the watcher of the wheel. You are no longer identified with the spokes. You realize that you are the hub, the silent center around which the wheel turns. The center never moves. The center is eternal. This center is your true godliness. It is not a person sitting in the sky. It is the silent, unmoving core of your own consciousness. When the external God dies, you are forced to look for the internal reality. And when you find this unmoving center, all fear disappears. Death becomes a fiction. How can the center die? It was never born. It is only the body, the circumference, that is born and dies. The wave rises and falls, but the ocean remains. To experience this ocean, you have to practice the art of witnessing. Meditation is nothing but witnessing. It is sitting silently and watching the traffic of your mind. Do not judge the thoughts. Do not say, this is a dirty thought, I should not have it. Do not say, this is a holy thought, I must hold on to it. The moment you judge, you become identified. The moment you judge, you step onto the wheel. Step back. Be a spectator on the hill, watching the river of thoughts flow by in the valley. At first, the river will be very chaotic. It will be full of mud, full of the debris of your past. But if you sit patiently, if you simply watch without interfering, the mud begins to settle. The water becomes clearer. the gaps between the thoughts become wider, and in those gaps you will have your first taste of Zen. You will taste a silence that is so profound, so sweet, that all the pleasures of the world pale in comparison. This silence is the real nourishment of the soul. Without it, you are starving. You may have all the money in the world. You may have power, prestige, a beautiful family, but inside you will feel a deep emptiness, a gnawing dissatisfaction. This is because the soul cannot be fed by material things. The soul can only be fed by the divine, by godliness, by silence. The tragedy of the modern man is that he is trying to fill this inner emptiness with outer things. He buys a new car, hoping it will bring him joy. The joy lasts for a few days, and then the emptiness returns. He seeks a new lover, hoping this time he will find ultimate fulfillment. The honeymoon ends, and the emptiness is there, staring him in the face, even more terrifying than before. You cannot fill a spiritual hole with physical objects. You have to turn inward. You have to become a gardener of your own consciousness. The mustard seed is there waiting, but you are running after illusions. Stop running. Sit down, close your eyes. This is the whole secret of Zen. To help you remember to stop running, to remind you of the necessity of sitting silently, we provide these daily discourses. Subscribe to the channel so that this reminder becomes a part of your daily rhythm. Like this video to cast a vote for consciousness in a world driven by unconscious consumerism. Use the comment section to share your experiences of the turning wheel, of your moments of witnessing. Share this message with those who are endlessly running on the treadmill of ambition, getting nowhere. For those who wish to fortify this platform and keep the digital temple open for all seekers, the join button is your avenue. Super thanks are beautiful expressions of the energy we share, and our ebooks remain available, deep reservoirs of insight for your solitary moments of meditation. Let us delve into the story of Sekito and his master Segan again. It is a story that destroys the very foundation of the religious mind. When Sekito returned from Soke, the place of the great patriarch, Segan asked him if he had found it there. Sekito boldly replied that he found it nowhere, not even in the West Land, the land of the Buddha. This requires immense courage to go to the Holy of Holies, the place where millions of people go to find the truth, and to come back empty-handed and declare there is nothing there. The religious mind goes to Mecca, to Jerusalem, to Kasi, and projects its own illusions onto the stones. They bow down before a statue and feel great devotion, but the devotion is their own creation. The statue is just a stone. If you go with a receptive mind, you can feel devotion anywhere. You can bow down to a tree in your backyard, and if your heart is open, that tree becomes divine. The divinity is in your looking, not in the object you look at. Sekito understood this. He understood that the master Huinen was a beautiful man, an enlightened being. But Huinen could not give him enlightenment. Enlightenment is not a commodity that can be transferred from one person to another. It is an inner flowering. A master can only create the climate. He can provide the sunshine, the water, the tilled earth, but the seed has to sprout on its own. You have to take the jump. Sagan pushed Sekito further. You reached the wasteland, didn't you? And Sekito said, if I had reached, I could have found it. This is the ultimate Zen statement. Reaching implies an ego. Finding implies an object. But truth is neither the ego nor an object. Truth is the dissolution of both the seeker and the sought. When the seeker disappears, the seeking disappears, and what remains is the truth. You are the barrier. You, the ego, the I, the one who is trying to be enlightened, is the only obstacle to enlightenment. You are standing in your own way. You are like a man standing in front of the sun, complaining about the darkness of his own shadow. Step aside. Drop the I. But how to drop the I? It is not something you can do through effort. Effort is a function of the ego. The more you try to drop the ego, the stronger the ego becomes. It becomes a spiritual ego. The man who says, I am the most humble man in the world, is suffering from a very subtle, very dangerous form of ego. The material ego is crude. It can be seen easily. The spiritual ego is very cunning. It hides behind the mask of holiness, humility, and piety. You cannot drop the ego by fighting it. You can only drop it by understanding it. Watch how the ego operates in your daily life. Watch how it reacts when someone insults you. Watch how it puffs up when someone praises you. Watch its constant demand for attention, for validation. Just watch. Do not condemn it, because condemnation is another trick of the ego. By condemning the ego divides itself into two: the part that condemns and the part that is condemned, and the game continues. Simply observe. The light of your observation is the only thing that can dissolve the darkness of the ego. When you watch a thought, when you watch an emotion, you are bringing light into the dark basement of your unconscious. And in the light, the monsters disappear. You realize they were just shadows. This process of observation must become continuous. It must not be limited to 1 hour of meditation in the morning. It must spread into your entire day. When you are eating, eat with total awareness. Feel the texture of the food, the taste, the movement of your jaw. When you are walking, walk with total awareness. Feel the touch of your feet on the ground, the breeze on your face. This is what the Zen masters call ordinary mind. Ordinary mind is the way. You don't have to do extraordinary things to be spiritual. You don't have to walk on water or perform miracles. Those are childish desires, the desires of a spiritual soul-man. The real miracle is to walk on the earth with total consciousness. The real miracle is to chop wood and carry water with such deep peace that the very act becomes a prayer. God is not dead because he never existed. What died was your illusion of God. The dictator in the sky died, and thank existence he died. Now the sky is empty, and in that emptiness you can finally fly. You can spread your wings and discover the vastness of your own being. But freedom is a heavy burden for those who have lived in chains for too long. You will miss your chains. You will miss the comfort of knowing what to do, of having a rule book for every situation. You will feel a deep vertigo, a dizziness, when you look into the abyss of your own freedom. This is the point where many turn back. They become frightened of their own potential. They rush back to the church, to the synagogue, to the mosque, and they beg the priest to put the chains back on. Do not be a coward, Zarathustra says. I love him whose soul is deep even in the wounding. Be courageous enough to be wounded by freedom. Allow the old structures to collapse. It will hurt, yes. Birth always hurts. The seed has to break open for the plant to grow. The bird has to break the shell to come into the world. You are breaking the cell of thousands of years of conditioning. It is the greatest birth, the birth of the overman, the birth of the Buddha within you. Do not try to find a new belief system to replace the old one. If you drop Christianity and become a Hindu, you have changed nothing. You have only changed the prison cell. You have moved from a cell with a cross to a cell with an Om. The walls are still there. Zen is not a new religion. Zen is the realization that you don't need a religion. You need only awareness. This awareness brings a tremendous joy. A joy that Zarathustra calls the dancing God. When you are fully aware, when you are fully present, life ceases to be a duty and becomes a dance. You no longer do things because you should do them. You do things out of an overflow of love. You work not because it is a curse from God, but because work is a creative expression of your energy. You love not because it is a commandment, but because love is the natural fragrance of a blooming consciousness. To help you sustain this courage, to keep you from running back to the familiar prisons, we stand together in this digital space. Subscribe to this channel to keep the flame of rebellion alive in your heart. If you feel the cell breaking, hit the like button so the algorithm carries this cracking sound to others trapped in their eggs. Share your fears and your breakthroughs in the comments below. Your vulnerability is a testament to your courage. Share this video with those who are standing on the edge of the abyss, afraid to jump. And if you wish to pour your energy into the foundation of this work, the join button allows you to become an active contributor. Super thanks are deeply felt and help to keep this oasis thriving. Our ebooks remain powerful tools for your inner work, guiding you through the dark night and into the dawn. Remember the words of Jesus? The mustard seed falls onto the tilled earth and produces a large tree, a shelter for the birds of heaven. You are that tilled earth. You are that seed. You are the tree. And you are the birds. There is no separation. The whole existence is a single pulsating organism. When you realize this, you stop fighting. You stop trying to conquer nature. You stop trying to conquer others. You stop trying to conquer yourself. You simply relax into the whole. This relaxation is the ultimate state of Zen. It is a state of non-doing, of wu-wei. It does not mean you become lazy or inactive. It means your actions arise not from the ego, but from the center. You act, but you are not the actor. Existence acts through you. The dancer disappears and only the dance remains. The death of God is the beginning of this dance. So do not mourn the dead god, celebrate his departure. The puppeteer is gone, the strings are cut, the stage is infinite, and the music is playing in every beat of your heart. Step forward, claim your freedom, become the creator of your own destiny. The universe is holding its breath, waiting for you to discover your wings. This discovery of your wings cannot happen if you remain afraid of the depths. Look at modern humanity. Look at how you are living your lives. Human relationships have changed tremendously. And they have changed for the worse. In all dimensions, the deeper relationships have disappeared. People are no longer seeking a profound merging of souls. They are seeking casual encounters, superficial connections that do not demand any real transformation. The husband is no longer a husband in the ancient sacred sense. He is just a boyfriend. The wife is just a girlfriend. Friendship is good, it is light, but it cannot be very deep. A true transformative relationship is something which happens only in the absolute depths of your being. It requires a commitment that shatters the ego. And unless you commit yourself to that depth, you remain shallow. You simply float on the surface of existence, terrified of the ocean underneath. Unless you commit yourself entirely to the unknown, you never take the jump. You can float on the surface, yes, and on the surface you can be very efficient. On the surface you can work like a perfect automaton. No awareness is needed. You can go to your office, earn your money, raise your children, go to the church on Sunday, and die without ever having truly lived. But if you want life, you will have to be more and more alert, because the more you penetrate into the depths of your own consciousness, the more you realize that at every moment the death of the ego is possible. Fear of this psychological depth has created a profound shallowness in all human relationships, and more tragically, in man's relationship with existence itself. Religion has become juvenile. It has become a Sunday social gathering instead of a fire that consumes you. You treat religion like a casual affair. You want the comforts of God without the crucifixion of the ego. But the kingdom of heaven is not a cheap commodity. When Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, he is pointing to the greatest mystery of inner growth. The seed is the smallest, the most insignificant looking thing. If you hold a mustard seed in your hand, you might not even notice it. It has no branches, no leaves, no flowers, no fragrance. It looks dead, but it carries within it a blueprint of the infinite. It carries a tremendous explosive power. But for that power to be released, the seed must fall into the tilled earth. The earth must be prepared. Your mind is currently like a concrete road. It is hard. It is packed tight with thousands of years of conditioning, prejudices, beliefs, and fears. If you drop a mustard seed on a concrete road, nothing will happen. The seed will simply dry up and blow away in the wind. This is what is happening to all the great teachings of the Buddhas and the Christs. Their words are seeds falling on the concrete minds of the masses. You hear the words, you memorize them, you even worship the book they are written in, but you do not let them penetrate your being. You do not till the earth. Tilling the earth means breaking the concrete. It means taking the plow of meditation and tearing up the soil of your mind. It is painful to break the hard crust of your ego. The ego has protected you. It has given you a false sense of security. But until that crust is broken, the seed of your divine potential cannot enter. Meditation is not a relaxation technique. It is a surgical operation. It is the dismantling of everything you thought you were. When the earth is tilled, when you become vulnerable and open, the seed falls in. And then the second miracle must happen. The seed must die. If the seed is afraid of death, if it clings to its small, safe form, it will never become a tree. It has to lose its boundaries. It has to melt into the soil. It has to completely disappear as a seed. Only then can the sprout emerge. This is the whole meaning of the cross. Jesus dying on the cross is not a historical event meant to save you from your sins. It is a metaphor for the death of the ego. You must carry your own cross. You must let the ego die so that the inner Christ, the awakened consciousness, can be resurrected. Once the seed dies, the tree begins to grow. And Jesus says it produces a large tree and becomes a shelter for all the birds of heaven. When you become enlightened, when your inner tree reaches the sky, you naturally become a shelter for wandering souls. You do not have to advertise. You do not have to go out and convert people. The very fragrance of your being, the very silence of your presence will attract those who are thirsty for truth. The birds of heaven will come and rest in your branches. To become this magnificent tree, you must abandon the childish need for external validation. You are constantly seeking recognition. Even in your spiritual search, you want someone to pat you on the back and say you are doing very well. Let me tell you a story that perfectly illustrates this absurdity. A Christian missionary once went to a great Zen master. The Christian was very proud of his Bible, particularly the Sermon on the Mount. He wanted the Zen master to recognize the greatness of Jesus. He opened the book and started reading the words of Christ. After just 2 or 3 sentences, the Zen master stopped him and said, "Okay, the man who said these words was an enlightened one." The Christian was thrilled. He was so happy because his master, his savior, had been recognized by a great Buddhist sage. He wanted to read more to prove how truly great Jesus was. He started reading another passage. The master again interrupted, "Yes, very good. Whosoever said these words was an enlightened one. Keep your book closed. Enough. I have tasted. I say yes, this man was an enlightened one." If this Christian had really been interested in truth, hearing this, he would have dropped the book. He would have looked at the living master sitting right in front of him. He would have thought, "Who is this man who can recognize the enlightenment of Jesus just by tasting a few words? Why be worried about the dead Jesus from 2000 years ago? Look at this living Buddha right here." He would have fallen at the master's feet and asked to be taught how to taste that same enlightenment. But he did not. He took his book and went back to his fellow Christians, completely happy, boasting, "Jesus was really an enlightened one. I went to a Buddhist master, and you know how difficult it is for a Buddhist to recognize a Christian. But this man recognized him immediately." He completely missed the point. He went seeking recognition for the dead from the living. This is what you are all doing. You are worshipping the dead. You worship dead prophets, dead scriptures, dead traditions, and you are completely blind to the living truth that is breathing all around you. You seek validation for your dead beliefs rather than seeking the fire of living experience. If you are tired of worshipping the dead, if you are ready to be the tilled earth for the living truth, then your place is here in this caravan of seekers. Do not just be a passive listener. Become an active participant in your own awakening. Subscribe to the channel to keep this flow of awareness breaking the hard soil of your mind day after day. If a particular sentence shatters a piece of your concrete ego, hit the like button so that the shock wave reaches others who are trapped in their own hardened minds. Share your experiences of the dying seed in the comments below. Your vulnerability is the greatest teaching you can offer to your fellow travelers. Share this video with those who are still clutching their holy books, blind to the living existence, and for those who recognize the vital importance of keeping this sanctuary alive. Your contribution through the join button makes you a root of this growing tree. Super thanks are the water that nourishes our continuous efforts to spread this message. For your deep, solitary nights of meditation, our ebooks are available to guide you through the process of dying to the past. The death of the past is the only way to meet the present. Zarathustra understood this perfectly. He lived in his mountain cave for 10 years, shedding his past, shedding his human conditioning, until he became pure awareness. And when he stepped before the sun, he did not pray to the sun like a primitive man. He spoke to the sun as an equal. He said, "Great star, what would your happiness be if you had not those for whom you shine?" This is the ultimate dignity of the awakened man. He knows that he is not a beggar in this universe. He knows that existence needs him just as much as he needs existence. The sun is full of light, but if there are no eyes to receive that light, the light is meaningless. The flower is full of fragrance, but if there is no one to appreciate it, the fragrance is a tragic waste. Existence achieves its own fulfillment through the consciousness of man. God is not sitting in the sky demanding your worship. Godliness is waiting to blossom within you, so that the universe can know its own beauty. Zarathustra had 2 animals with him in his solitude, the eagle and the serpent. These are profoundly significant symbols. The eagle is the bird of the highest heights. It flies alone near the sun. It represents the spirit, the pride of consciousness, the soaring intelligence that refuses to be bound by the earth. It is the ultimate freedom. But if you only have the eagle, your spirituality becomes abstract, disconnected from reality. You become a dreamer, a philosopher lost in the clouds, unable to function in the real world. Therefore, Zarathustra also has the serpent. The serpent is the creature of the earth. It clings to the ground. It lives in the dark holes. It represents wisdom, matter, the body, the deep roots of existence. The old religions always created a conflict between the eagle and the serpent. Christianity condemned the serpent as the devil, the symbol of sin, sex, and materiality. They told you to kill the serpent so the eagle could fly. But if you kill the serpent, you kill your own roots. A tree without roots cannot reach the sky. It will simply fall over and die. Zarathustra does not kill the serpent. His eagle and his serpent are friends. In fact, his serpent is coiled around the neck of the eagle. This is the most beautiful image of the new man, the overman. The new man is a synthesis of the highest and the lowest. He is not divided. He does not reject the earth to reach heaven. He uses the earth as a stepping stone to heaven. He is deeply rooted in his body. He enjoys his sexuality, his food, his physical existence, and at the same time, his consciousness soars to the highest peaks of meditation. You have been taught to be schizophrenic. You have been taught that the body is the enemy of the soul. I teach you that the body is the temple of the soul. The serpent is not the enemy of the eagle. The serpent is the power that fuels the eagle's flight. When the energy of the serpent, what the tantrics call kundalini, the primal life force resting at the base of the spine, is awakened, it does not destroy you. It travels upward, illuminating your inner centers until it reaches the crown of your head and gives wings to your eagle. This integration of the earth and the sky is the essence of Zen. A Zen master is the most ordinary of men, yet the most extraordinary. He chops wood, but in his chopping there is the silence of the highest peaks. He drinks tea, but in his drinking there is the depth of the deepest ocean. He has no conflict within himself. The dead God created conflict. The living Zen creates harmony. To achieve this harmony, you must drop all judgments against yourself. You must stop condemning your physical nature. The moment you condemn any part of yourself, you create a division, a wound, and a wounded man cannot dance. How can you dance if your legs are in conflict with your torso? How can you dance if your mind hates your body? The dancing God of Zarathustra requires absolute wholeness. Embrace your serpent. Respect your biological instincts. They have kept humanity alive for millions of years. Do not repress them. Repression is the cause of all psychological diseases. Whatever you repress goes into your unconscious and becomes a monster. It starts manipulating you from the dark. You become a victim of your own repressed desires. The religious ascetics who run away to the monasteries, fasting and whipping their bodies, are obsessed with the body. You only whip what you are obsessed with. You only run away from what you fear, and you only fear what you secretly desire. Their celibacy is not a transcendence of sex, it is a violent suppression. And their suppressed sexuality turns into anger, into violence, into a fanatical desire to control others. True transcendence comes through understanding, not suppression. Live your life fully, totally, intensely. If you are experiencing anger, be totally angry. Do not hide it behind a fake smile. Watch the anger. Feel its fiery energy. Let it rise and pass. If you are experiencing sexual desire, do not condemn it as a sin. It is the natural energy of existence trying to express itself through you. Bring the light of awareness to your sexuality, and it will naturally transform into a deep, compassionate love. Awareness is the great transformer. It is the philosopher's stone that turns base metal into gold. You do not have to fight the darkness. You simply have to bring in a candle. The moment the light enters, the darkness vanishes. It does not put up a fight. It does not say, I have been here for thousands of years. I will not leave. Darkness has no positive existence. It is simply the absence of light. Your sins, your miseries, your conflicts, they have no positive existence. They are simply the absence of awareness. Do not fight your sins. That is a foolish waste of energy. Just light the candle of meditation. Just become a little more alert. When you are speaking, speak with awareness. Listen to your own words. Why are you saying this? Are you trying to impress someone? Are you trying to hurt someone? Watch the subtle machinations of the ego. When you walk, walk with absolute presence. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Feel the miracle of your body moving through space. This is the tilled earth. This constant, gentle alertness is the preparation of the soil. And when the soil is ready, the mustard seed of your true nature will explode into a magnificent tree. We are here to support this explosion, to cultivate this garden of consciousness. Do not let this transmission be just a passing moment of entertainment. Ground it in your reality. Subscribe to the channel and make a pact with your own awareness. If the synthesis of the eagle and the serpent resonates within your soul, leave a like to send this vibration out into the digital ether. Use the comments to declare your integration, your acceptance of both your highest flights and your deepest roots. Share this message with those who are tearing themselves apart in the false war between the body and the soul. If you recognize the profound necessity of this work, the join button is your way of planting your own roots in this community. Super thanks are the sunlight that helps our collective tree grow. And for your intimate, personal cultivation, our ebooks offer the distilled wisdom needed to navigate the treacherous path of inner integration. The path is treacherous only because you are carrying so much useless luggage. You are carrying the weight of the dead God, the weight of societal expectations, the weight of your own past. Drop the luggage. The journey to the peaks requires you to travel light. Jesus said, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." He is not talking about physical rest. He is talking about the ultimate psychological rest that comes when you stop trying to be someone else. When you stop striving for the impossible ideals set by the dead religions. You are heavy laden with the burden of shoulds and musts. Drop them. Right now, in this very moment, you can drop them. It does not require years of practice. It only requires a sudden, radical understanding that the burden is false. Nobody is forcing you to carry it. You are holding on to it yourself, out of habit, out of fear. Open your hands. Let the burden fall. When you drop the burden, you will feel a sudden lightness, a weightlessness. You will feel as if you can fly. This is the moment the eagle takes off. This is the moment the soul becomes a leaping fountain. Do not wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the greatest illusion. Tomorrow is the trick of the mind to keep you enslaved. Tomorrow I will meditate. Tomorrow I will drop my anger. Tomorrow I will start living. The dead God promised you a tomorrow in heaven. I promise you nothing for tomorrow. I only offer you the eternity of this exact moment. Plunge into this moment. Be totally here. Listen to the silence behind my words. That silence is the living truth. That silence is Zen. It is your own true face. The face you had before you were born. The face you will have after you die. The puppeteer is dead. You are free. Now it is entirely up to you. Will you continue to act like a puppet, moving out of dead habits? Or will you cut the invisible strings and begin your own authentic dance? The earth is ready. The seed is waiting. Let the dance begin. When this dance begins, you will realize that your feet have always known the way. The choreography of existence is not written in any holy book. It is encoded in your very cells, in the rhythm of your breathing, in the beating of your heart. The moment you drop the dead gods, the moment you cut the invisible strings of the celestial puppeteer, you do not fall into chaos, you fall into a cosmic harmony. The illusion of chaos is only a fear planted in you by the priests. They told you that without their gods, without their commandments, humanity would descend into madness, murder, and absolute destruction. What a profound lie! Look at human history. It is exactly in the name of God, in the name of these so-called holy commandments, that the greatest madness, the greatest murders, and the most absolute destruction have occurred. The crusades, the jihads, the inquisitions, the burning of innocent women at the stake, all of this was done by people who believed they were following the script of the puppeteer. A man who dances to his own inner music, a man who has found the mustard seed within his own tilled earth, cannot harm anyone. It is existentially impossible. When you realize that the same consciousness that breathes in you also breathes in the tree, in the animal, in your neighbor, and even in your so-called enemy, how can you raise a sword? You can only raise your hands in celebration. Zen is this celebration. Zen is the ultimate realization that there is no other. And where there is no other, there can be no fear, and there can be no violence. The death of God is not the death of morality. It is the birth of the only true living morality. A morality that arises not from the fear of hell, but from the overflowing love of a centered consciousness. To stay centered in this love, you must become acutely aware of the mind's greatest trick, the illusion of tomorrow. The mind is a survivor, and it survives by constantly escaping the present moment. It tells you, today is miserable, yes, but tomorrow will be beautiful. Tomorrow you will find the perfect lover. Tomorrow you will get the promotion. Tomorrow you will finally have time to meditate. Tomorrow you will be enlightened. This tomorrow is the most dangerous poison you have ever swallowed. It keeps you running on a treadmill, exhausted, sweating, chasing a horizon that constantly recedes. The dead God was the ultimate projection of tomorrow. He was the promise of a heaven after you die, a paradise that you could only enter by sacrificing your today. Zarathustra came down from his mountain to destroy this poison. He came to tell you that the overman does not wait for tomorrow. The overman lives so totally, so intensely in the now that time itself ceases to exist. Jesus said the exact same thing. though the Christians have completely missed it. He said, "Take no thought for the morrow, for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Look at the lilies of the field," he said. "They do not toil, they do not spin, they do not worry about what they will wear tomorrow. Yet even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these." The lily is in a state of zen. The lily is simply blossoming, completely available to the sun, to the wind, to the rain, right in this very moment. You must become like the lily. You must drop the psychological burden of time. When you sit in meditation, you are not doing it to achieve something tomorrow. If you are meditating to become enlightened next year, your meditation is false. It is just another ambition, another trick of the ego. True meditation is purposeless. You sit simply for the joy of sitting. You watch your breath simply because the breath is a miracle happening right now. You listen to the sounds around you, the singing of a bird, the distant hum of traffic, the wind in the trees, without labeling them, without judging them. You become a passive, alert mirror. If this concept of effortless mirroring feels like a cool breeze on a hot day, if it resonates with the deep exhaustion you feel from constantly running after tomorrow, then anchor yourself in this space. Subscribe to this channel so that this mirror is always available to you. By clicking the like button, you send a signal through the digital noise, helping this oasis of the present moment appear in the feet of others who are dying of thirst in the desert of tomorrow. Share your experiences of the now in the comments. Let your words be a testament to the death of the future and the birth of the present. Share this transmission with those you love, those who are burdened by their anxieties for a future that does not exist. And if you feel a deep, overflowing gratitude for this sanctuary, if you wish to see this garden of consciousness grow and provide shelter for more wandering birds, your support through the join button makes you a vital root of this tree. Super thanks are beautiful expressions of your energy, allowing this message to flow uninterrupted. And for your own profound solitary journey into the present moment, our ebooks await you, offering the silent guidance needed to drop the mind and enter the reality of Zen. Let us look at a beautiful Zen story that illustrates this dropping of the mind. There was a great master named Banzan. Before he became enlightened, he was a seeker, wandering from temple to temple, reading the scriptures, practicing severe disciplines, constantly trying to force his mind into a state of purity. He was struggling, fighting with himself, trying to achieve the kingdom of heaven through sheer willpower. One day he was walking through the marketplace. He was tired, frustrated, on the verge of giving up his search entirely. He stopped near a butcher's shop. A customer came to the butcher and said, "Give me the best piece of meat you have." The butcher laughed, a deep belly laugh, and said, "Every piece of meat in my shop is the best. There is not a single piece here that is not the best." Hearing these words, "every piece is the best," something suddenly clicked in Bhagwan's consciousness. The shock of hearing such a profound truth from an ordinary butcher in a dirty marketplace shattered his conditioned mind. He realized that existence does not have a hierarchy. There is no better or worse in the eyes of the cosmos. Everything is divine. The mud is as divine as the lotus. The sinner is as divine as the saint. The darkness is as divine as the light. In that very moment, in the middle of the noisy, crowded market, Bhagwan became enlightened. He dropped all his disciplines, all his struggles. He realized that he was already in the kingdom of heaven, and he had always been there. This is the living truth. You do not need to go to a Himalayan cave to find God. If you cannot find godliness in the marketplace, you will not find it in the Himalayas. You carry your mind with you wherever you go. If your mind is full of conflict, the Himalayas will become a battlefield. If your mind is silent, the noisy marketplace becomes a tranquil temple. The transformation must happen within. The tilled earth must be prepared inside your own consciousness. And how do you prepare it? By accepting everything, by fighting nothing. This is the hardest lesson for the ego, because the ego survives through conflict. The ego says, "I am angry, I must destroy my anger. I am greedy, I must conquer my greed." But the moment you fight your anger, you are giving it energy. The moment you fight your greed, you are acknowledging its power over you. Zen says, "Do not fight, observe. Be a silent witness." When anger arises, do not condemn it as a sin. The dead God condemned it, and look what happened. Humanity became a boiling volcano of repressed anger, ready to erupt in wars and violence at any moment. Zen says, watch the anger. Feel its heat in your body. Watch it rise like a dark cloud in the sky of your consciousness. Do not identify with it. Do not say, I am angry. Say, anger is passing through my awareness. There is a vast difference between the two. When you say, I am angry, you become the clouds. When you say, anger is passing, you remain the sky. The cloud comes and the cloud goes. The sky remains untouched, pure and vast. This witnessing is the alchemy that Zarathustra speaks of. It is the fire that burns away the dross and leaves only the pure gold. But to practice this alchemy, you must embrace the totality of your being. You must embrace both the eagle and the serpent. The eagle represents your highest aspirations, your desire for truth, your love for freedom, your spiritual longing. The serpent represents your physical reality, your biology, your sexuality, your roots in the earth. For centuries, you have been told that the eagle and the serpent are mortal enemies. The priests told you that if you want the eagle to fly, you must crush the head of the serpent. They told you that your body is dirty, that your sexuality is a sin, that the earth is a place of punishment. Because of this teaching, you became divided. You became a battlefield. Your mind wants to soar to the heavens, but your body pulls you back to the earth. You feel guilty for your natural instincts, and you feel hypocritical in your spiritual pursuits. Zarathustra is the first great prophet to declare a truce between the eagle and the serpent. In his vision, the serpent does not hold the eagle back. The serpent rests around the eagle's neck, a friend, a companion. The overman is the one who has integrated both. He loves his body deeply. He respects his instincts. He knows that the energy of the serpent, the Kundalini, the primal life force, is the very fuel that the eagle needs to fly. Without the earth, there is no sky. Without the body, there is no consciousness. When you accept your body, when you drop the guilt and the shame, a tremendous relaxation happens. You are no longer fighting nature, you are flowing with it. Your sexuality, when lived with awareness and love, is not a hindrance, it becomes a stepping stone to the divine. It becomes a meditation. In the deep climax of love, for a single moment the mind stops. For a single moment time ceases to exist. You get a glimpse of the state of Zen. The Tantrics of the East understood this perfectly. They used the energy of the serpent to awaken the eagle. They used the physical to reach the spiritual. This integration is the greatest challenge of your life and the most beautiful adventure. It requires you to be fiercely honest with yourself, to drop all the masks society has given you, and to stand naked in your own truth. It requires the courage of a lion to destroy the old values and the innocence of a child to create new ones. To walk this path of integration, you need constant reminders, because the gravitational pull of the sleeping masses is very strong. They will try to drag you back into their guilt, their fears, their dead gods. This channel is a rope thrown down into the valley, offering you a way to climb out. Subscribe and hold on to this rope. When you feel the integration happening within you, when you feel the eagle and the serpent becoming friends, hit the like button. Let your action be a silent roar of the lion. Use the comments to share your journey of reclaiming your body, of dropping the guilt. Your words can be a powerful medicine for someone who is still whipping themselves in the dark. Share this video with those who are torn apart by the conflict between their physical and spiritual natures. And if you recognize the profound value of this laboratory of consciousness, your contribution through the join button makes you an alchemist in this collective transformation. Super thanks are the sparks that keep this fire burning brightly. Allow our ebooks to be your silent companions, offering the deep philosophical grounding needed to sustain your flight. As you integrate, as your inner earth is tilled and the mustard seed begins to sprout, you will notice a profound change in your relationship with the unknown. The mind is terrified of the unknown. It wants to label everything, categorize everything, and put it in a neat little box. God was the biggest box the mind ever created. It took the infinite, incomprehensible mystery of existence and put it in a box with a wide beard, sitting on a throne, demanding worship. Once the mystery was put in a box, the mind felt safe. It didn't have to wonder anymore. It had the answers. But the answers of the mind are all dead. They do not quench your existential thirst. When the box is destroyed, when God is dead, the mystery returns. Suddenly, the universe is no longer a solved puzzle. It is an open secret, an infinite poem. The stars are no longer just balls of burning gas. They are the eyes of existence looking back at you. The trees are no longer just biological machines. They are silent Buddhas meditating in the earth. Zen is the language of this mystery. A Zen master does not give you answers. He destroys your questions. He leaves you in a state of profound, silent wonder. You ask him about the afterlife and he hits you with a stick. You ask him about the nature of the soul and he tells you to go wash your bowl. He is bringing you back to the present, back to the ordinary, back to the mystery that is hidden in plain sight. Washing your bowl is a holy act. Sweeping the floor is a divine dance. If you cannot find godliness in sweeping the floor, you will not find it in any temple. The kingdom of heaven is not a place you go to. It is a quality of awareness you bring to whatever you are doing. If you are sweeping the floor with absolute totality, with no thought of the past or the future, just totally engrossed in the movement of the broom, the floor, the dust, in that moment you are a Buddha. You are enlightened. Enlightenment is not a permanent state that you achieve and then lock away in a safe. It is a moment-to-moment reality. You can be enlightened one moment, and if you lose your awareness, you become a sleeping fool the next. The journey is continuous. The river is always flowing. You must be alert in every single breath. This is the great discipline of Zen. It is not the discipline of the soldier who forces himself to obey commands. It is the discipline of a lover who is so utterly absorbed in the object of his love that all distractions naturally fall away. Fall in love with existence. Fall in love with the sun, the rain, the people around you, the silence within you. Love is the only true discipline. Where love is, awareness follows naturally like a shadow. Where love is, the tilled earth is always ready. Do not wait for a savior to come and plant the seed for you. The seed is already there. Jesus planted it 2000 years ago. Buddha planted it. Zarathustra planted it. I am watering it right now with these words. But the final blossoming depends entirely on you. You have to open your heart. You have to remove the rocks of ego and the weeds of belief. It is a solitary journey, but you are not alone. All the awakened ones of the past are standing behind you, showering you with their invisible grace. The whole universe is conspiring to help you awaken. The very fact that you are listening to these words, the very fact that something in you is responding to this call, is proof that your seed is ready to break open. Do not be afraid of the pain of the breaking cell. The pain is temporary. The freedom is eternal. When the cell breaks, you will realize that you were never a tiny, insignificant creature. You will realize that you are the vast, infinite sky. The clouds of birth and death will come and go, but you, the witnessing consciousness, will remain forever. This is the living truth that remains when all the dead gods are buried. It is the truth of your own eternal, unshakable, luminous being. To keep this luminous being in the forefront of your life, to prevent the dust of society from settling on your mirror, let this space be your daily refuge. Subscribe to the channel and let the bell of mindfulness ring in your daily life. If the breaking of your cell has begun, if you can feel the warmth of the sun on your emerging leaves, hit the like button and let that energy radiate outward. Share your breakthroughs, your moments of washing the bowl with total awareness in the comments. Your ordinary moments of Zen can be extraordinary revelations for others. Share this video with those who are still seeking the mystery in boxes and books, so they may realize the mystery is breathing within their own chests. And if you wish to stand as a pillar of this sanctuary, offering your energy to sustain this global transmission, the join button is your gateway. Super thanks are the beautiful, spontaneous flowers of gratitude that help us maintain the garden. Let our ebooks accompany you into the deepest nights of your soul, acting as silent lanterns on the path to your own center. The puppeteer is dead. The script is burned. The stage is empty. And the music is playing in the very beating of your heart. The tilled earth is ready. The mustard seed is waiting. Do not postpone for another lifetime what can happen in this very breath. Close your eyes, drop the mind, become the dance. Let the eternal celebration begin.